Hello, welcome to my VOD channel. I do a lot of programming and some other things like playing games. If you want to see the streams live, you can watch them on my Twitch. There's a link in the description. Without any further delay, let's get to the stream. All right, we're on. Microphone is good. Good, it didn't change. All right, so last time I think I got a little bit distracted, and I kind of forgot to this. Did I finish this? Oh, I think I did. Oh, okay. So I've been trying to figure out exactly how to imitate, what is it? The Mojang 3 noise here. I followed the rabbit hole. I got about this far. This is just all copied code and I've modified it so it would compile, but none of this is used. It's just for me to look at. But I think this is generally, I gave it some names. This is generally the formula, I think, that weirdness or the factor uses. It's based on both weirdness and continentalness. So further inland, you get more 3D noise. And at certain levels of weirdness, you'll get 3D noise. But it's all rather strange because, as you can see, there's a bunch of these numbers just kind of scattered around. I called it reciprocal slope. I mean, that's just the best I could come up with. But I think generally these are like, what just happened? This is like x1. I'm just changing this one little thing, and then I'm gonna get onto something different. Y1. Oh, come on. Y2. I mean, because this is what it looks like, right? Except the X is on top instead of on the bottom. But that's how they use it. We have this one white right here. We have a low bound, which this one's odd because it puts it on the, where was it? This one. They have a low bound and a high bound. So this is -1 and this is +1. Actually, maybe it is. Oh. It is actually just regular old slope. Okay. So I got these wrong. These are actually, I mean, I wish that my F6 key would work. And because I'm using the same names, it's all getting messed up. Y2 over Y1, X2 over X1. Yeah. Okay. But we're not going to worry about that. I'm going to get on to something different. Which is going to be the actual surface cover. So this is going to have a similar layout to vegetation, except it's going to be more about, it's going to be more manually placed. It'll be based on humidity, and it will be based on, I think, terrain roughness and elevation. But I think mostly I want whatever's on the ground to be hand painted, and then vegetation will go on top where it makes sense. I mean, I guess I haven't really figured it out yet because I'm saying contradictory things now. Okay, so let's call this surface cover. And this is going to be kind of similar to vegetation. I mean, actually not really similar at all, because it's not going to be... Ooh. Did I mess things up? No, it looks fine. Essentially, this is going to take some input maps and say, okay, here's what the ground should look like. And I think I want this one to actually place it. So in generate surface here, I think I want this one to actually be placing the surface. We'll just take, I mean, I guess we can take a random. I don't know if I really want to take a random. I think we'll just take this to start. I mean, I don't really know exactly how I'm gonna do that part. Fine. Let's do some consideration planning. All right. Consideration planning, is that really what it said? Okay, we'll just go right to this. Does that look good? Yes. We'll just do this. So I need to figure out how I want to place. Let's minimize that one. Vegetation. There, well. Let's get a header here first. Heading 2, I think. Okay. All right. So I want ground cover to be based on a... What do I want ground cover to be based on? Let's review what maps we have. All right. So we have roughness. Could probably use this one. We have elevation adder. Roughness. We have an elevation, an overall elevation. We have humidity, variety. Variety kind of looks like this. I mean, could I use this? Come. That does not fit. This is a really interesting shape. I feel like it's not exactly usable for terrain, is it? Because when it comes to terrain, okay, let's consider what the terrain could be. That's a good starting point. Dirt, grass, stone, podzol, sand, red sand, snow. Well, that'd just be like deep snow with dirt underneath. Deep snow. Underwater. Underwater is one of them. That'd be a lot easier to get though, because we can just set up ocean biomes just wherever sea level is negative, or the surface is below sea level, and then we can use temperature. What else can be on the ground? Dirt, grass, stone, podzol, sand. What else is there? I feel like I must be missing something. Let's just go check on the normal world real quick. Ooh. Okay, so we have grass here. I think that's actually it. it kind of feels like a small list. We got sand, we got ice. That's really it? I think that's about it. It's just dirt, grass, coarse dirt. I should also write that. Sand, red sand, deep snow. Huh. I don't know what the odds are that I'll actually spot anything that's actually unique. Terracotta? Yeah, terracotta. Terracotta is one of them. Terracotta is in mesa biomes. How do mesa biomes spawn? I might run into one. No, it looks like I won't be. I want to investigate this. Because this is not a cave. What's the W? 0.15? Oh, and it drops. And our S goes from 60 to 72. And then drops back down to 60. I mean, I really wish I understood how that factor thing works. Okay. I think I won't be discovering anything interesting there. Sand, red sand, mesa, dirt, grass. Oh, they can also be gravel, durst. I'm just going to see if I can't come up with some. One moment. All right, I'm back. Okay. I'm just gonna write out the write out the surface blocks that could generate here, and I'm gonna see if I can't reason my way around using the current maps that we have. Okay. This one's pretty simple. Okay. So gravel, generally you would expect to see that in like rugged mountainous terrain, right? Grass, you would expect to see that somewhere where temperature and humidity, somewhere where like temperature and humidity are favorable. Dirt, where might you see dirt on the ground? We can also do mountains. Exposed surface, I want to use what Minecraft has, which I've never seen it myself, but apparently it exists, and I like the idea of it, where every now and then just a spot of dirt will be eroded away. It'll remove grass blocks from the surface and just leave it as stone, so it won't put dirt beneath it. Mountain peaks. Podzol. What even is that? What's Podzol? Under ash. Soil science. Podzols are the typical soils of coniferous or boreal forests, and also the typical soils of eucalypt forests and heathlands in southern Australia. And the funny thing is, I said, what is Podzol? And it's all Minecraft. These are all Minecraft results. Podzols are generally infertile and are physically limiting soils. Ah. Infertile. Turn that off. Turn that off. I don't want that. Huh. Okay. So, Podzol. I would assume like cold environments. Less than ideal conditions for plants. Soil, but infertile. Sand. Where might you see sand? I feel like I need another map for this, because so far I figured out that Podzol is quite specifically tied to I mean, we have dirt, coarse dirt, grass, Podzol, sand. It's almost like I definitely need something else that's more like for soil fertility, soil quality. Yeah, something like soil quality. Soil quality refers to the condition of soil based on its capacity to perform ecosystem services that meet the needs of human and non-human life. So this one's like straight, like yeah, very bad quality soil. Essentially just weathered rock. I mean, that's really what sand is. It is just rock. Red sand. Rare type of normal sand. High iron content. Possibly better conditions for plant life. Terracotta. How would I place terracotta in the world? Coarse dirt. Dirt found in rugged terrain. Gravelly dirt. Fertile soil, but no grass. But now grass? No grass. Fertile soil, no grass. Deep snow. Simple. Low temperature. High humidity. how it can be placed easily. And that just gets layered on top of whatever the soil already is. If it's grass, we'll probably downgrade it to dirt. Sand will stay sand. Dirt gets downgraded to coarse dirt. Well, dirt will just stay dirt, I guess. But grass gets changed out for dirt if deep snow lands on it. How can I place terracotta? It's like a baked clay substance. Baked earth. High temperatures with it does need some moisture to form. High temperatures with some humidity, right? Let's check. What is terracotta? Clay. I mean, yeah, it's clay. Ceramic. Terracotta is usually made from a fairly coarse, porous type of clay. So it could be like in the case where we get red sand, but humidity is also high. Does that make any sense? Like that. I think I definitely need another map though. Can really look like this. Let's see if I can't come up with something that looks a little interesting. I could use roughness as a map for that. Let me get a comment. The issue, if I use it as a combination of roughness, I have to scroll. I have to make sure I exclude where I've manually placed mountains. Right? Roughness is a pretty large map. I just realized it's a really big map. I could possibly use roughness, or just another basic noise. I think maybe I should. What is wind? Let's go to wind. Actually, what does this look like? I'm trying to get an idea for the scale of this. It's a pretty big scale. Okay. I don't know if I should really be using this expand thing though. Should perhaps just use I think I'll just bring this down. I'll just have this output like that. And I can use my own biases on this map rather than essentially removing data like that. Wind, slope. I can definitely make use of this for the type of terrain I put down. Above surface, or above water level. I guess for the whole terrain, really. Stuff where slope is really high and elevation is high. I could say like, okay, yeah, this should probably be exposed stone, right? It is. But also, I know that the peaks of mountains can have dirt. So let me look at this. Oh no, this. So I think this slope thing would definitely be useful. What? That is a crazy looking thing. Alright, so I'll do an output for this one. For the slope. Because we can use that for sure. Stuff where it's high slope, we can say, oh, this is probably more rugged, more gravelly. Things like that. Oh, I just realized this is a blur. Huh. That's probably too much. Maybe I'll do... Yeah, maybe I'll do a group up here. We'll call this slope. Ruggedness. We'll give it like a stone color. Rock color. There we go. Don't move stuff around. Stop. And we will use this. We'll also use a blur. Oh, I've got a blur right there. We'll make this like 5 meters for the slope. Lock on that. It's down to 0. Yeah, we get something that's kind of crazy. One, 3. Yeah, 3's probably good. That can be really useful for placing like exposed stone when elevation is high, things like that. Actually, I mean, I kind of want to see how slope and elevation. So I do want elevation to have a bit of an influence on this. So perhaps I can move this over like so. Elevation. It's an 80-meter blur. That's a pretty intense blur. Probably do like an addition thing. Add. How does that look? Actually, I want to invert this. Invert. There we go. Now I also want to make sure that we're only counting this base height, 100 meters. So I'll do a combination where I take this output and I subtract 100 meters from that. Okay. Take this. This goes here. Subtract. And we'll use base height. I have to drag this over so I can actually connect the two. There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to do a little bit of... This may not work as I'm thinking it will. Wait, where did I take the output from? Oh, wait, what? I took the output from a weird place. This. That. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, now it looks a little bit better. Although it does look strange still. Definitely looks really strange. But now I can perhaps adjust this so that, yeah. Now it's only brightening the spots that are actually high in elevation. The spots down here stay very low. What's all this stuff out here? And what's all that stuff out there? Is that from this? There's a bunch of, like, randomness over there. Interesting. Okay. Well, this is definitely a little more helpful. Underwater, we'll have our own system, so we don't need to be worrying about what it looks like out there. Let's do... set that and set this. Parts over here gets really bright though. So maybe the slope is not blurred enough. Well, actually, I wonder which way I should do it. Should I blur it here and then blur it after, or maybe I blur them both? Blur it on both ends? So we have this. And we have this. And we have this. Whoa. Output display, mask. Why does it do that? Mask. Okay, now it actually is doing it right. I'm not really sure if this is right. Very rough. And a blur. Maybe I should. I don't know, because I want this detail, but also I want it to be not so detailed. So maybe this should be a little bit high. Any of these parts get brought up by the elevation change. It'll definitely be a challenge, I think, to figure it out. So ruggedness is more like... I mean, I do still have this. I can use this as well. So it'd definitely be a fine way to say, hey, this spot is, this spot's rough, this spot's not, kind of thing. So maybe I actually want to use this as, what the... Kind of like a reroute? No. Maybe that would be better than using the elevation here. Because then I have just the original map. And then I can also put slope on top of it. So I think that's probably what I should do. So I'll go ahead and actually remove that one. I'll bring the adder back here and use the output of this. We'll have it. Peek up here. Like this. Yeah, parts that are rough properly stay rough. Let's lock it on that. And I'll mess with the blur amount here. What about 15? Whoa. Wait, I actually do like that, how that looks. Perhaps just another little blur on the end. Actually, why am I looking at this at 4K? I should not be looking at this at 4K. So the side of this mountain will have a pretty, I mean, these parts too, very sharp. I'm even having this brightening it up. So I guess I could tune it that way. The interesting thing about this mountain is it would have a face. One face would be really this edge would be really exposed stone. I'll actually put this back to terrain. Whoa. Interesting. So now we can see what it would really kind of look like here on the edge. So on the side there'd be a lot of stone, or there'd be like exposed stone and gravel. But then you come to the other side and it's probably more like coarse dirt type thing. It'd be nice if I could keep this as a like the mask thing. No, I can't really keep it as a mask. Okay. And yeah, then the side, pure stone. It would just put stone there. That bright white value, that would simply just be stone. Although, I'm noticing something here. This blur might be too much. Just like a 1. A very, like, the smallest blur I can put on it. Should make that precise too. The actual smallest blur that I could put on it. Slope. And then I blur this out. So now this side you have that clean, sharp, you'd have a sharp line of just stone. And then we have an extra blur on the end to try and reduce just how much stone is exposed there. And I'd really love for this to pop up. Maybe I can change that. Actually, no, not really. What if I set this to terrain, and I set this to, it just flattens it. What if I set that to terrain and this to mask? No, same thing. Thing is, I wonder if this wouldn't look kind of bad when it's actually put down on the ground. I guess looking at it, you see where these ridges are. This would be like where stone would appear, or gravel. And maybe it wouldn't look so bad. I'm not sure. Looking at this spot. This spot has some interesting stuff. How? I feel like it's gonna be too much here on a spot like this. Because maybe this shouldn't be so rugged like this. what is that? What have I done there? I think I didn't really do anything. I think I just made it weird. I wonder if I could also put it on like if I take this output where it's flat and I blur it really hard and then I subtract it from this, because this part where it's 0, it'll get like no subtraction at all. Actually, I think that's a great idea. Wait. Select, dismiss, select this. So this will be the normal one, be the ruggedness, and this will be flatness. Oh, we'll take the output from here. Why is it doing that? Was it because I have them both selected or something? Oh no, now it's undone it. Okay, good. That should be normal. This should be normal like that. This should be that. Okay. And then I think what I do is I take this output, or this. Please, come on. Take this one. Maybe I blur this one a little bit. Approximate. With like a 5. Take this. I select the slope here. And I'll blur this one a lot. So maybe like mask. Maybe like for approximate. This one should be precise. Make it 15. Yeah. And then I will take this one. And do a subtraction. And now he has something that looks like this. Oh, I think I figured it out. Because now this area is going to be flat, as it probably should be. And this spot right here, on this side of the mountain, is going to be really rough. Okay. I like that. Because this is what it looked like before. Or, well, this. Mask. This is what it looked like before. Here, we add a little bit, we subtract. Nice. Maybe this one can also be used to... Yeah, this can be used to modify how much range we have. What's going on here when I do this? Oh, no, this is doing something funky. Okay. Just go here. Leave that at 0. Fall off. I can increase the fall off. Wait, fall off type. Exponential. What's the difference? Linear. Smooth step. Exponential fall off. Interesting. Linear at 50. Oh wait, that's done something different. Oh, it's like heighten this and drop this. Wait a second, smooth step might be it. Smooth step might be the one. Well, I wonder if I should blur this harder. This is a 2 meter blur. I'll make this precise. It got darker. Wait, is it getting darker? We'll just do that. And then perhaps set to 8. What happens as I crank this up? Interestingly, those things over there stay really bright. And then this goes that way. Okay. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll make this precise since we're working on small numbers. 5, 6. Maybe we'll say 10. Just keep something simple. And this one, 15. What about 25? So roughness is kind of coming back in there. Well, as I blur it, it does lose it a little bit. Let me remind myself what I had before. This to this. This to this. I mean, I could probably do something different with a select slope where it only selects something really sharp. But I feel like this makes it a bit more sense. This is more intuitive. I take the flat areas, I take the terrain, smooth it out, and I take the really jagged this thing, blur it a bit, add the roughness thing with a detail, and then I subtract parts where it's flat, just to be certain that the flat parts stay pretty flat. This, though, should have something to it. 10. 20. It's kind of hard to tell if that's getting brighter or dark, to be honest. I can also just look at exactly what this is doing. The whole thing gets really muddled. Okay. I think I like 15. I think 15 feels... Whoops. I think 15 feels right. We're not using elevation there anymore, so... I can bring this in. Okay, please. I definitely clicked this thing. These over. Okay, I like where this is going. I think this is... Wait, what? Why does that look so different now? What just happened? I have no idea what just changed there. That is weird. Okay. It just like completely changed the look of this when I wasn't paying attention. Alright, hide output. We'll call this ruggedness. The ruggedness of the terrain. Where it's high, we'll put like stone and gravel. And sand. I guess if humidity is low, or... I mean, I don't know. Ruggedness I think would definitely go here as well. Well, I've kind of figured out where I would put... where stone and things like that should go. I suppose. This doesn't exactly solve for stuff like sand. I guess that's where like for like a soil quality map comes in. And that can just kind of be completely random. I guess with some... Well, I mean, if ruggedness is going to put stone down, then I don't even need to worry about where soil quality is like really high, so we're not going to be putting dirt where stone should be going anyway. Okay. Right. I like this map. This map looks good to me. This map looks right to me. I think it may not have enough influence from the elevation though. What if I do like a multiply? Okay, no, that is not. Screen. Power. Root. That is still way more. Can I do like 2? No. Okay. I guess I'll just leave it like that. This map looks right to me. Although I wonder if these values are still wide enough. That'll be a tuning thing, I suppose. Okay. What if I did, No, I can't do anything like that. Okay. I was thinking if I put like a normalization in, where it brings 0 down to 0 and then 1 up to 1. I cannot do that. If I do that, then... If I do that, then it won't work for tile builds. But I also just had a thought. I can technically do a expander. Where is that? Expand. I could do something like this. This would work. Where I just raise up I just raise up the high values. I mean, yeah, that is kind of white, actually. That's pretty much white. And you can see how sharply it changes. Like, this whole thing is really dark. And then it shoots up quite rapidly. So I feel like that wouldn't... Yeah, okay. I shouldn't need that. Should not need that. No, I definitely want to have soil quality, which I think is just kind of be its own little map somewhere around here. Variety. Yeah, I'll do something in here. Ooh, zoom, please. Oh, what a nice soil. Maybe just ground quality. Ground quality. Just mean more dirt. Mean more. Mean higher quality soil. Low values would be stuff like sand and rock. Yeah. Okay. Ground quality. So just start with some map here. Don't think I want to do ridged. Perhaps billowy will be better. We'll have like pockets where soil quality is pretty good. Some octaves on that. I guess you could wait. Is this even different from? Perhaps just a regular purlin fits this at like 1 octave. Feature scale should probably be a bigger value, like 400. Well, yeah, think about it, because soil quality can take a long time to actually vary. This is like geological stuff, not just yeah, this is like geological type stuff. It also means that when it's a low value, you'll get something like a desert in certain conditions, or I guess if your elevation and humidity are high, you'd get like taiga biomes. Let's look at this at a 4K scale. Let's get a reminder for how big our island is. Okay. Does that seem reasonable? Like a reasonable size? It basically means that this whole spot where this mountain is like going to be a desert, basically. Which I guess fits exactly what should be there. And then right on the edge it gets really lush and fertile. Huh. Yeah, we'll leave it at 2 octaves. 2 octaves is probably a little bit better just for... Well, yeah, 2 octaves. Perhaps an even larger feature scale, like 1.2. Because this stuff should really take a long time to vary. Steepness. Yeah, that seems about right. Very... You don't have much... Well, a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Now, does this seem right? Middle elevation. Perhaps it should generally be lower, though, shouldn't it? I mean, I can decide that later when the map is put out, because then I can say, oh well, I actually only want stuff to be good when it's at like 0.7 or 0.6, so I shouldn't touch that. But steepness, though, is something I should consider. 0 steepness. As high as this goes, 9.5. I guess we'll just do 9. A little bit more broad. And since this will technically be a mask, we'll make it a mask. Actually, I'll put it back to terrain because it's okay. I like how that looks. I like how this looks. Do I do anything with it though? Do I modify this at all? I kind of think not. You're more or less just gonna have parts that are and parts that aren't good ground quality. And the reason I'm setting it up this way instead of having World Machine put these maps out, instead of just going into the code and saying, oh, just give me a random purlin noise like this, is because, for one, I want to be able to touch these dials in here. I want to be able to mess with stuff. But also in the future, I want to make sure all these variables are ultimately controllable. So someone can come in here and say, okay, I want to make sure there's a desert in this spot. But I still want, the rest of the world. I don't want to worry about the rest of the world. I just want to make sure this spot right here is a desert. And they can come in here on this thing. I haven't added it yet, but I will add it. And basically say, okay, I want to be sure that there's a desert here, so I'm going to paint a big subtraction from this area. And that'll kind of look like this. I mean, yeah, it'll kind of look like this. And I suppose I could make this into like a shape thing, or a macro node. Where basically put one in, have an addition mask and a subtraction mask on top of it. Yeah, we'll actually do that for soil quality. I'm not going to use it, but or not for these tests, not for a while, but I'll go ahead and make one. Can just do like macro. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll just do copy those, put them in here, and I'll do how do I make them a thing? Macros. How do I do this? Yeah, there we go. And then I open this. Wait, where did they go? It just got rid of them. Funny, okay. Alright. Macro in needs a height field. Name, we'll do this primary input, I suppose. Add a port. Adder. We'll do height field as well. Add port, whoops. And remover. Height field. Output. Height field. Okay. Height field input. This, the adder, or this is the remover, which will do power. And the adder does root. So we remove first and then add on top, I think. And we'll just put that out. Okay, looks good. Mask manipulator, or actually height manipulator. There we go. Height manipulator. And then we can just add the shapes. Extra quality. I will remove that shape though and set this back to default. Actually, I shouldn't be doing that. I should just add a new shapes. Yeah. Extra quality. Adder right? The adder uses power, or the subtractor uses power, the adder uses root. Okay. Subtractor uses power, adder uses root, indeed. Here we go. So we want to add stuff, we'll use this. We want to remove stuff, we use that. High output. Soil quality. Actually, maybe just ground quality. Ground quality. I mean, that's pretty much independent of everything else. So. Make it look a bit nicer. Okay, cool. This is good. This is a good spot. This is good. Okay. I'm gonna copy this and move it up here. Make sure this looks the same. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. Okay. Here we go. This is looking good. Okay. Cleaned up a little bit. All right. Okay. So now back to this, and we can say find a rugged terrain, gravelly. Oops. Good quality soil. Not humid. Good quality soil, but not in good climate conditions. Temperature and humidity are favorable. And quality ground. High ground quality, but not in good climate conditions. Dirt found in rugged terrain, gravelly. I just realized something though. Generally what you're going to have is you're going to have, at least on Earth, you're going to have a lot more good soil than you have bad soil. So I feel like I need to take a look at this from 16. Think about it. Does that look like there's generally more? I kind of think not. So perhaps I should raise middle elevation actually. No. How can I do this? Because I want to make sure that there's, on average, a higher value here. I guess I can do the average height. I guess I can do a report here. And then really get a look at this. So the average height's 0.5, which is not correct. What I really want this to be is more than that. So I could do something like, I feel like I could raise the middle elevation. Or I guess perhaps I should do like an extender on it. That's probably more correct. An expander, I mean. So right here at the end, we'll do filter. I think it's clamp. Rescale, expand. And what I think I want to do, I actually even get a good readout here. So I can say that when we get high, what's going on here? Oh, wait, what? Okay. This is being weird. All right. Wow. This value shoots up really fast. We'll do soft clipping. Well, that increases the bottom though, which I really don't want to do. I could do a thing like this. That does start to really bring it in. Normalize? Yeah, no. This is kind of the issue that I run into. I don't think expander is working. What about clip? Oh, this causes it to peak at that value. So don't do that. Maybe none of these really work. I guess I have to use middle elevation, right? I have to increase this value. I guess I could also just use it on the map and say that only really, really low values are low quality enough to put like sand and things like that. Also noticing there's something weird kind of happening. It's like two noise fields combined. What about let me look at advanced here real quick. Can I get like billowy? 1.2 basic. Show advanced. Octaves. 2 octaves. Persistence 0.3. I mean, how different does this look? Also, steepness needs to be like 0.9. Does this look reasonably different? No, that's just the same thing. That's just straight up the same thing. Multi-scale control. That's weird. What is that doing? Why do you keep scrolling? Offset. Gain. What does this really do? Okay. I'm touching dials, I don't know what they do. So we'll stop doing that. We'll just stick with the normal map here. And I'll just make sure that it'll just be kind of the same thing. I make sure that when I use this, it has to be really low value to start getting things like gravel and sand. Gravel needs to be very low quality, very rugged. And otherwise it'll be like sand. Very low quality. Something like that. Maybe there'll be like a little, a nice... I will need to figure out some way to incorporate... Whoa. Some way to incorporate red sand, which perhaps I could do something like this. Like middle values become red, or just really high values become red sand. I don't know exactly though. I feel like this needs... What about one more octave, huh? What about one more octave? I know I touched this at, or I left this at 3, but... Yeah, we'll leave it at 3. Okay. But I do just wonder how I might really place sand or red sand specifically. Maybe red sand would be in more, yeah, in a rugged area with kind of good quality soil. It'd still be really low. I guess perhaps I could set it to be like super low. So when the quality soil gets really low, it'll flip like a switch from sand to red sand, and then it kind of stays rare that way. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Okay. Let's get back here. So dirt, found in rugged terrain, gravel-like. High ground quality, not in good climate conditions. Temperature and humidity are favorable. High ground quality, favorable temperature and humidity. We'll say fair temperature and humidity. Okay, temperature and humidity, yeah. Gravel. Rugged mountainous terrain. Low ground quality. Fairly rugged. Low ground quality. This will be just very rugged. Podzol. This can be like low ground quality or rugged. Yeah, or rugged but high quality. This will be very low ground quality. Rare variant of sand. Super low quality and some variety, perhaps. Terracotta. Replaces red sand in humid areas. Replaces red sand in humid areas. Yeah, that seems right. Deep snow, simple, low temperature, high humidity. And I think I kind of figured that out. Okay. And this, I think, will kind of be the same idea as I did vegetation. Let's flip it over. Let's do surface cover, surface vegetation, surface cover. I guess this will also be record. We'll have our material type. I did just kind of realize something though. This is going to be ordered. Ruggedness takes priority. This isn't like vegetation where I can pick and choose. This is I take everything into consideration at once and then I say, okay, this is what it's going to be. All right. Although I suppose I do kind of want to use this as a template. So if I say it's stone, it just leaves it bare. If I say it's gravel, it'll put like maybe a layer, just a single layer of gravel on the stone, or maybe a layer or two, or put like if I say sand, it'll put sand and then sandstone. Yeah, so I'll do like that. I'll give it a list of material. Surface blocks. We'll just call this cover. I also don't want it to just be specifically like a straight down type thing. I guess perhaps I can figure out how to do that later. Because when I think about it and I think about adding sand, I think about depending on what biome it's coming, depending on what ground cover it's coming from, it's going to lay the sand on top of that. So if we're coming from dirt, the first block of sand on the very edge would just be like one block deep of sand and then to be dirt underneath. So you're standing on grass, you walk forward, you're on sand, you break the sand, and then you have dirt. And maybe take another step, you break 2 blocks and then you have dirt. And then you go even further and you break 3 blocks and you're hitting stone. And then you go 1 more further and then you start hitting sandstone. But I don't know how that would be done. Okay. Surface cover. And perhaps we can do like because I want this to incorporate mesa as well. So if I have like layered terracotta, it's more based on terrain elevation. Yeah, it'll use an elevation map. So this does need to include some kind of noise. So thinking about having something covering for like slope. So when you have dirt, depending on the slope, or if you have grass, if the slope is pretty shallow, you want to cover that. If the slope is really sharp, you don't want to cover it very much. You want to have like maybe your block of grass and then just straight to stone, or just a block of dirt. So let's do like, we'll do like a slope bias or something. So if this number is high, the layer is very much affected by the slope. So if the slope is high, it'll just put the first block. If the slope is shallow, or really low, then it'll go through the whole list of blocks. So yeah, I think this is probably right. Surface vegetation, compute probability. So for this one, we'll be returning a list of what surface blocks we want to place and how deep. So yeah, we'll do public list material get surface cover. And this will always be digging into it. So we'll take whatever the ground is, we'll replace the first block with the first item in the list, second block with the second item until we run out of stuff to cover. And this will take, vegetation takes a material surface, and that. This should take, it should take a slope for the area. Is there anything else it might take? Float. Just local slope, and I think slope should be calculated. Calculated not taken from the list in this case, but from within survival world generator. It'll take the height of the surrounding blocks and then calculate a height or calculate a slope there. Yeah. No, slope bias and local slope. So generally, if a slope bias is 0, it doesn't matter what the local slope is, we're going to use the whole list. I guess we can use that for like an integer thing. We take a value. So if slope bias is high, it means we want a high value. We want to rapidly decrease how much of the list that we use. So something like dirt or grass, I think grass is probably the better one. Grass would have a decent slope bias. I'm trying to visualize a line graph here. So high slope bias should increase the slope. This kind of sucks because I'm using slope in two different terms here. A high bias should increase the slope of our line for how much we take off. Or perhaps we start with the list. We have like a function. We start with the length of the list. So when slope is 0, we use the whole thing. When slope is 1, our bias will like raise and flatten this curve. So I'll start with something like int blocks. We'll start with I would actually like to cache that value. Int cover amount public surface cover list material float slope bias. This dude, can't records have some computed value? Can I have like a final int count? Can I have this? Instance field is not allowed in record. If I do that, and I say this, no, yeah, it doesn't work. Just call it count. Slop bias, slope bias. We'll say count minus local slope, supposed to be a value from 0 to 1, times slope. Is it that simple? Is it that simple? Was I overcomplicating in my head? Is it that simple? And we'll always be placing at least 1. Dot max between 1 and this value. I could do the cast outside. Okay. So we're going to have at least one block that we're going to place, which is going to be the top block. So yeah, if slope bias is 0, it doesn't matter. So this will be dropped down to 0. 0.5 or 1 will use the entire slope bias. So if slope is 1, oh, this also needs to be, count does need to be included in that. Because this will be value 0 to 1. This will be a value 0 to 1. Yeah. Olivia, hello. How are you? And I guess I just do cover dot sublist. Yeah. 0 blocks. I don't like how little code this is. This feels like way too little for a whole file. Your brain is fried. How'd that happen? I guess the good thing with this one is this one can be configured using... Actually, no, it kind of can't. I would like to leave as much as I can in configuration files, but It's feeling like for vegetation and surface cover, I can't do that. I need to just hard code a lot of it. Where's this used? Oh. Yeah, I should probably document that. Programming for 2 hours without water to drink. Yeah. That sounds like it would be pretty mentally demanding. Why? I won't clamp it there. I'll just trust that it will stay. When people call it, they'll pass between 0 and 1 and not anything bigger or smaller. Actually, does this throw errors if it's out of range? Two inches is greater than the size. It would. So we'll just trust that. We won't do that. Get a simple input system where it boots into the file on bare metal is like a TTY. You told me that what that was before. I forget the exact thing, but it's like you just have a text on screen. Oh yeah, so you're doing like the whole. I mean, I take it for granted, but being able to just type characters on the screen, you're doing that. You're adding that. My question is, where do I want to be adding this stuff? Do I want to put it in here? Do I want to put it in configurations? I feel like I probably should put it into configurations. That'd be an absolute pain, though. The entire key does nothing right now? Like your keyboard doesn't do anything? Oh, enter key. Okay. Yeah. I probably want to make this more like a map. We'll call this data maps. just puts the cursor to the standard side. Can you like type over your letters? If you type things out and then press enter, does it type over your letters or does it actually translate down? I gotta stop asking two questions at the same time because yes doesn't actually answer. It types over. Okay. I feel like I would get that far and I would just have fun looking at that happen and then be like, okay, now what? Does it, do you have it saving the input to like memory anywhere? Or is it just pretty much printing it to the screen and then it doesn't remember what you typed? Yeah. Why does it give me something weird there? Because I typed void. What am I, stupid? Yeah. That's going to be the hard one, I think. That one's going to be even quite a difficult thing to get right. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I feel like once you start getting into working with memory and saving things to memory, at least for an operating system. I mean, I don't know how much the hardware helps or how much work the hardware does for you. Object. Yeah. We'll just do a this can be null though. Missing section. All this, pretty much. We'll pass the name just so we can use it here. I also have interrupts that help a little bit, but that requires me to set up the stack. You have to... Really? Okay. And by stack, I assume you mean like memory stack. Map path. I'll just do return null. Return null. Y, min X, defaults, buffer image, map image, and then the process. Name. Wait. Oh, min y max. Okay. Not have been good to make that mistake. Last in, first out. Yeah. You have to reverse that though? Really? You have to reverse that? I mean, what I'm thinking about, I'm just thinking like, you know, if you're adding characters from here, you add R, add E, then whoops. You would add them in order. And when you hit back, you just take out the letters as you go. But I guess, well, actually, yeah. I mean, if you want to read it back, if you actually want to like pass it as input to something, yeah, okay. You will have to reverse it in that case. I just use like a, I can't remember what they're called, but it's just like a system where you can add to the top or the bottom and take from the top or the bottom. A bidirectional list. It would be REW, thin white when you pop it. It God. I'm gonna guess that's not what you meant to type. But yeah, I would just make like have a single class that's like I mean, I don't know what language you're using, but I'll just make like a bidirectional list. You can add to the front or add to the back and remove from the front and remove from the back. For buffers like that. I think that kind of data structure you'd be using all over the place. Okay. So then we do image map, height map, process. This needs to be static. Static. Process data map, height map, and height map config. There we go. We do if height map equals null. I don't think I need to do printouts because this already prints out. No logging. Function logs for us. We just do that bit. Yeah, that can all go away. And then this is now a map. Map, string, buffer image map, data maps. There we go. Okay. I believe this probably breaks now. Yep. Maybe I should use an... Yeah, I should probably use an enumeration, not not that. What, just string name? Yeah. Assembly, you do that. What? 525 megabytes. That label to do, that would be at least 580 megabytes. So because ASM does it. What is this word? Astashon? Something on machine code. I mean, I've seen assembly before. I've never used it. I mean, like I said, I don't know what language you're using, so I don't know what is actually reasonably possible to do. But I'm assuming if you can't exactly do a thing like that very easily in assembly, then yeah. A real-time OS? What do you mean by real-time OS? Would Windows not be real-time? $16. All right. Height map. Oh, you didn't mean to write real-time. You meant to write 16-bit. That's a very big difference. Okay. I see what you meant now. What is 16? How many numbers is that? I'm curious. 65,000. The equivalent of what? 8,000 bytes. No, wait. What? 16-bit. How did I do the math wrong on that? Oh, 2. I divided the 8 by in the wrong place. 16 divided by 8 is 2 bytes. Okay. Oh, you did mean. Okay. Yeah, I'll look it up later. Oh, I mean, I can just look it up now. Event-driven preemptive. Oh, get off that site. Not that site. Why is there no one that just, like, explains it? critically defined time constraints. Time sharing systems such as Unix. I feel like I'd have to really learn more about the meaning of this to actually understand it. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page for it. So yeah, well, I get the idea, I guess. But I suppose without having other like things that are not, or knowing what a not real-time OS looks like, I don't exactly know what makes it particularly special. Because I would assume that Windows is also real-time. I mean, I from what I read, I guess I would hope it is, but I don't know when you would want to not develop something in that way. Those values, I'll leave those. Where was I going to go? I think I was going to just start copying things in here. General settings, get, oh wow. I need to add this in here. Buffered image map, get map, data map, type, return, whoa, return. And protected mode for 23 to 64. Or for, oh yeah, 32. All right. Like I said, I think I think I definitely have to do more research to understand precisely what that means, or to appreciate what a real-time OS does as compared to something that's not. Okay. You can do the same thing here. When you say GCC, I assume you mean I can't remember what it expands to, but that's the one. That's the a type of C++ compiler, right? And ASM. I don't know much about assembly. Simple real binary. All right. Is 16 like the highest you can get before you can no longer do stuff, do like a real time? Like, is it the highest that a CPU would support before you have to start doing whatever extra stuff? Wow. Okay. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Yeah, I kind of need all these, I think. So I figure I could probably go ahead and move some. Whoa. Put some of this ground cover into here. Perhaps down here. I do have Discord. I just want to have an OS that is me, because I don't like other OS. Explain it better verbally. No, that's fine. No need for that. We'll just stay in chat. So I need to surface vegetation, graphs. What did I do here? What is this? What is this? Points. Okay. So we have surface cover. You're going to bed? All right. Have a good night. Sleep well. Data map. We have ground cover. We have our blocks. What are our blocks? The thing is, I want to process this in a specific order. This one will be ordered. Surface vegetation will be randomized. Surface cover will be ordered. I suppose I can include this here as well. A map with strings and graphs. Actually, yeah, this shouldn't be that. This should be data map. Data map. And then this takes data map. Data map. Data map. Noise variable, get key, noise values, dot get, right. Okay. So I guess I can go and start loading these up in here, right? Let's go and get all the ones that we have. So we have height map. We have elevation. We have slope and elevation ruggedness. Ruggedness. Just call it rugged. Just call it rugged, yeah. We have humidity. We have wind. We got temperature. And we got variety. And ground quality. There was like a single word that I could use. Is there a single word that I could use? Good old USDA.gov. Ah, I could use like health. Or I guess perhaps just soil. Soil is probably better. Soil. Soil. And I'll change the name here, ground quality. The output will put out soil. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8 data maps. That's a lot. Alright, I think I can close that. I did a build, just on the chance that I get into making use of all this. I think in the config, should probably load it as like a loop, shouldn't we? For data map, in data map values. Yeah, let me just call it height map. Wait, get section datamap.name. Good. Good. Seems right to me. Seems great. Now I don't even, this is like the whole processor now. Great. We just add them in here, but we want more. Excellent. Now, how do I I still kind of want to put it here. Perhaps here, I guess. All right. We'll start with the ground cover. I feel like this doesn't need, it's only got what, a couple, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's still quite a lot actually, but yeah, just 4. And we'll just do like a does it match, does it not match kind of thing. Maybe I should sort this by where we add it. So we would do stone first. Let's do list of surface cover, well, pairs of surface cover and I kind of want to do this here too. Yeah, let's do a list. Do like a list of surface cover. I'll fix that in a moment. And I will add the map, data map, and graph here. Map, data map, graph. Yeah. In the case for ground cover or surface cover, since we're doing it in order, we just see if it matches. We only check what we have. It won't be like surface vegetation where the values that we get, they all have to exist and be matched. Like here, if we ever don't get a null, or if we ever don't get a noise from this, we just say, okay, we can't place it here. We don't have information, we can't place it. I mean, I guess it'll be the same thing, right? Well, conditions. Let's call this one conditions. Okay. And then map. Okay. List of surface cover. Surfaces. Like new array list and then this. Does this work? Empty class and yeah, cool. Okay. This is what I want. Public static. Actually, I kind of don't want that. Okay, we won't do it like that. I'll just have a static block. File. Surfaces is list dot copy of surface covers. Unmodifiable list. Correct. All right. So we'll start with stone. The first one we'll add is stone. Where's dot add? Well, let's do graph. Graph. New graph. Oh. Yeah, I guess I should do like that, shouldn't I? Well, can I do, instead of passing in a list, actually, you know, I just realized I think I definitely want to, I'll enforce it like this. We'll definitely enforce it like that. This is probably more intuitive, makes more sense. Although when we load in, when we put it in here, we'll actually get something a bit more meaningful. If it's less than 2, it's at least 2 points. Yep. Pair. Float. Float. Point. And then point at index was null. We'll just keep it simple. Length times 2. Index equals point dot key. Value. Right. X1, Y1, X2, Y2, indeed. Okay. New list, or I could just do like list dot of. They don't support that many, actually, so. Oh, actually, yeah, they do. They just have any number. Okay. Right. This will be for stone, specifically ruggedness And let me go ahead and pull up. Let me pull up the images that I just exported. I wonder if I can get the values for these. If I can do like an eyedropper thing. World machine. Real. Ruggedness. Okay. If I just copy these into like assets, configs, plugins, yeah, let's create a folder here. Maps. Ooh, no, I didn't want to move them, I wanted to copy them. Copy. There we go. Can I just kind of look at these? Like ruggedness. Can I just look at it in like eyedropper values? Oh, I can. Color picker. Huh? I mean, it's not exactly helpful because it's not a value from 0 to 1. Unfortunately. Chessboard. Yeah, that one's not really helpful there. Does Photoshop allow me to actually see that much detail though? Can I see like can I get like a 16-bit value? I'm gonna find out. Rugged. Man, I really don't get a readout anywhere. It does seem like I want to be checking for like if it's over 50% ruggedness, because it's quite a sharp transition. From what I'm looking at, it's looking pretty good. It's like maybe 50 to 60 or 50 to 70 would be like gravel, and then 70 and above would be stone. Yeah, okay. So let's say, oh, and I have to consider this as it's actually in a range of -1 to 1. So 50% would be 0. So a value of 0. Yeah. A value of 0. So 0f. And we'll map it to, or well, I mean, I guess just start at like -1 will be a 0. And then a value of 0 will also just be 0. And we will have a transition of just a very small amount. So as it goes from 0, which is 50%, from something to, well, I mean, this is stone actually. So I think I want to do 70. So let's see what 70 maps to in a range of 2. So 0.7 times 2, 1.4 minus 1. So it's like 0.4. Okay. So we'll say to 0.4, 0.4, and then I will also use the signs here. Signs are definitely going to be helpful. Positive 0.41. We'll start placing stone. Oh wait, no. From this is 0. And then this, once we hit this number, then we... Right. I'm getting quite confused on my numbers here. 0.4 will still be 0, and 41 will be 1. And then all the way up to 1 will still be 1. So that's the roughness or the ruggedness for stone right there. Okay. So now I can say surface cover is add new surface cover. A list of material. I mean, really, I'm not gonna actually be replacing. I'll just be replacing stone with stone, but just for completeness sake, I will just set this to be stone. Of material stone. A slope bias. That's not where we're at right now. Come on, catch up. Slope bias. Actually, I won't need a map. Map. Oh well. Hash map. Map. Hash map. These will just be generic values. I'll reuse these when I do other ones. Hash map output. Rugged. Oh, I didn't tell it what I wanted it to be. Data map. And graph. Rugged. And we'll give it graph. Unchecked call. Oh. I typed this in the wrong spot. Okay. Stone. What are we at? Come on. List material, so list stone. Then we have cover, slope bias. This can just be 0. Yeah, 0.0. And then map, conditions, map, copy of. Yeah, hash map. we can't modify them. Makes a copy. Because it is a copy, then I can clear it. And I can, yeah. Cool. On the next one, stone only relies on ruggedness. We don't consider anything else. I guess the next logical step would be to do gravel. I mean, I suppose I don't even really need to be putting in stone, because if nothing else gets placed there, then everything else has to... Well, I mean, okay. I think this is right. Because if we get this rugged, then we are basically only placing stone or gravel here. Everywhere else, then we can start thinking about things like ground, soil quality, ground quality, temperature, humidity, things like that. Okay. Okay. Stone. This will be gravel. So gravel will be quite similar to stone placement. However, we'll have two conditions. We put it where it's fairly rugged and low ground quality, or low soil. Otherwise, if it's still rugged, but better soil quality, then we'll be putting coarse dirt. Pods will be like low ground quality, or rugged but high quality. So yeah. So should it be like... I'm sorting this in a different list off screen. Should be like stone, gravel, podzol, coarse dirt, perhaps? No. Other way. Stone, gravel, coarse dirt, podzol, dirt, grass, sand, red sand, terracotta, and then deep snow and underwater, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, underwater we'd use two different things. We'd have like a close to surface with like high humidity. Well, I say high humidity. It's going to be in the water, so the humidity map is going to be maxed out in the water. Or like high temperature. It's like a high temperature area. The surface underwater would be like a mix of dirt and dirt and sand. Or, I mean, I've just made it like super abstract, so I can kind of go wild with it. I can pretty much do whatever I want here. We'll keep it small. We'll just take one step at a time. Not get ahead of myself. Gravel. So this one will start at halfway point. The halfway point will still be zeros. And then I can say, yeah, from here and up. Well, maybe this should be like a slower change. Instead of like a sharp shift. Yeah, maybe we'll do like, what would 0.2 be an equivalent to? Like 20 or higher or something like that, but not 40. Stone doesn't start till 70. So I guess I could say like, wait, I'm a little confused now. %70 for that, right? 70%. One thing about this map is that it does stay really low pretty much everywhere. It only jumps up when it's like really gonna jump up. So I can kind of work with a fairly low value, I suppose. So like if we reach, like we'll say 40%. If we reach 40%, we'll start putting in gravel, maybe. I mean, I guess I think about Podzol. The thing with Podzol is if it's going to be rough, we can't really... Podzol, low ground quality or rugged but high quality. So gravel is going to be rugged and low quality. It needs to be both. Coarse dirt will be rugged and like moderate quality. Huh. I can shift the percentages around later, I suppose. So for now we're started at 0, which is 50. And kind of once we hit, yeah, I can mess with these numbers later. I feel like they might be too sharp of a shift. I'm also wondering what happens when one of these don't match. So like say we start with stone. And we're like, no, it's not rough enough for stone. We get to gravel and we say, like it's rough, but now it's not, quality's too high, or I don't know. I guess I just make sure that these values line up correctly. And I suppose they do require to have the overlap. So in this case, if we hit stone, we will definitely hit gravel. Like if we barely miss hitting stone, we'll definitely hit gravel because gravel is maxed out as well. So just need to make sure that when these are defined, they are well in the range of overlapping. So we're not going to have a shot of missing something. It's like, I'm back. Yeah, as I was saying, I just need to make sure that these overlap very well. I kind of wonder how I should be tuning this. Perhaps I do like, yeah, perhaps I should do like math. Final float. Stone start. We'll do stone start. Final float. Call this rock blend. What would the equivalent of this be? Like what percentage change is this? A 0.1 or 0.01. 0.01 times 2. Oh wait, no, this is in the range. So 0.01 divided by 2 plus 0.5. Wait, what? So yeah, this would be a percentage. This would be a 0.5% change. So maybe I should make the rock blend a little bit more. A 1%, right? Yeah. Or well. So we stone start and then stone start plus rock blend. There we go. Final float. Gravel start. We'll set this one to 0, which is 50%. Rock blend. There we go. Okay. Okay. I guess I actually don't really need these, do I? Yeah, I don't actually need these. Because by default, when you're outside of the range, if we match, we do that. If we match, we do that. Oh, we return nan. We don't return nothing. We return that. Huh. Have I considered this? Sample. Condition probability. So we'll just do if condition probability nan float nan. Why don't you like that? Comparison to nan is always false. Replace with is. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay. If is nan, return 0. Goes us to the defined range. cautiously return probability 0. Same thing here. We'll make sure that we're in a defined range. I suppose I should duplicate this type of thing. We won't have... I mean, we could have bonuses, actually. I mean... Well, yeah. Wait, will this be like a probability placement or not? I think for now it's just going to be Boolean on or off type stuff. If we match it, we match it. We don't have a chance of failing to place stone where we should place stone, I think. Because if we start getting to that, when we place it randomly, it's not going to look good like with vegetation, where you just like scatter it like dots. On the ground, if you're looking at a flat surface and you'll just see like noise, like white noise type of texturing, and it won't look very good. So we won't do a probability thing. We'll just say if our value is 1, or if the value is greater than 0.5, then we do it. Which, I mean, I have this thing that's a rock blend. This brings into the effect the noise of it. I don't know. In this case, when we do it, we'll say Boolean supports location, supports position. How do I name? I feel like the hardest thing that I've been running into to figure out has been the name of functions. It's really weird. It's a really weird problem to be having. Should place, will place. SurfaceCover dot match. Say match. We'll say match. We'll take in noise values. Noise values. Yep. And then we can do we won't have anything like this. We'll say, well, we will say if we don't actually have any blocks to place, we just say return false. We're not placing here, obviously, because we don't have any blocks to place anyway. Even if we wanted to, we don't have anything to place. You also probably do the same thing here. If count 0, then I say return list of. It's just the empty list. Okay. Match. Then we'll say we need to go through our data maps. We should go through our conditions actually. And they all need to match 50 or greater. If the result is above 50, then we match it. Yeah. Okay. That allows us to control blends where we'll blend from one block to another, from one type to another. Although now I'm really considering that because yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is probably a really odd thing to be doing, and it's probably not giving the result that I'm thinking it will. But I'm just going to do it this way, where we match if it's 50 or greater, and if any of them don't match, then we say, no, we're not placing here. So, match noise values for entry data map float. No, we need to go through our map for entry data map graph condition in conditions entry set. That one. Move the qualifier. Okay. What if I just realized something? I wonder if I should change this. Windows Game IntelliJ properties. Capture method, Windows 10. Yeah, you don't see the prompts when these extra windows appear. You don't see these like extra window prompts. Client area. I was just wondering if there's a way I can make it so that it does capture. No, it won't. Yeah, it won't do it no matter what I do, so. Leave that on automatic, I suppose. Okay. Stop messing around with stream stuff. So we need to match a condition with a value greater than 0.5. 0.5 or greater. We'll do this. All that. And just kind of copy this whole thing. Noise variable. As far as get condition key noise false. If we ever miss a noise value, call should return false. Something there. It's gonna be condition. Condition probability. I don't like using probability because this is not a probability. This is not a probability. This is just yes or no. Yes or no. Condition. Say result. If isNaN result false. Result is false. If, and then I can just do a simple return here. Return result greater than or equal to 0.5f. Values 5 or higher are a match. Well, actually, I'll just say, yeah, conditions, then I say return true down here. We'll say if result is less than 0.5, return false. Values under 0.5 do not match. Introduce constant. Can I do this in the record? Private. Match value. Yeah, match value, sure. There we go. That one's actually quite self-explanatory. If result is less than match value, return false. And they all matched. Simple as that. Okay. And now we can exclude that. We can exclude that. Gravel. Hash map. Clear. Oh. Hash map clear. Well, actually, I won't. I will not do that. I'll just do a new map. Hash map. New hash map. I guess I can do this. Oh, it's not final, so it's not gonna like it. Yeah, it's not gonna like it because it's not final. Okay, fine. We won't do it that way. New map. This is all static, and I can kind of just define variables as much as I want. So maybe we will. Maybe we will. Final graph. Stone rugged graph. Whoops. Put rugged stone or rugged graph. We do surface cover, stone cover, stone cover. Does map? It only supports 10 before it starts to not like it. Okay. We have 8, but in theory I could add more, and I don't want to break other code as soon as this hits goes over 10. Okay, I mean, well, will I actually be using like 10 maps to define a single thing? Will I really ever be doing that? Does that sound reasonable? To base any aspect of the world on 10 different maps simultaneously? You know, I kind of don't think so. So, I'll go for it. Unmodified map containing single mapping. So yeah, I'll just go for this. Rugged stone rugged graph. Very simple. And I won't need any of that. Final graph. Gravel. Gravel rugged graph. Okay. Gravel is fairly rugged and low ground quality. So we'll also say that gravel soil graph. Pair of the soil amount. So I think I base this on it has to be quite low. It has to be quite low. Sand is when it gets to very low ground quality. Gravel is rugged. Okay. So we'll start at -1. Float value. This one will start at, yeah. We'll definitely be placing gravel at soil quality 0. But when do we stop? Final float, gravel, soil, stop. What's the stopping point? So 0 would be 50%, which I think is way too high. Maybe we'll say like would be like 15%. Would be 15%. So 0.15 times 2 1 minus 0.3 negative what? No, 0.3 minus 1. Okay. Wait, no. Yeah. So this would be negative 0.7. Which is roughly 30%. 30%. So at 30%, gravel stops. It dead stops. And we'll also use rock blend for that. Gravel soil stop minus rock blend. V1. Gravel soil stop 0. Okay. Surface cover, gravel cover. This will be like gravel twice. I don't know. List material stone surface. Stone. Just simply stone. Stone surface. Material gravel surface. That's when I think we'll do gravel, perhaps 3 gravels with a high slope bias. Yeah. Final float stone slope bias 0. I'm almost kind of making this like a configuration where I just look for the final values and I say, okay, this is where I configure something. Final. So I have 3 gravels, but with a bit high slope bias. Gravel slope bias. We'll say like 0.8. So very quickly as slope increases, the amount of gravel we place decreases. Which to me seems to make sense. When you're somewhere pretty steep, you're probably not going to see like very deep gravel. I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, maybe we'll just leave it as 0.5 then, I guess. Okay. 0.5 seems fine. Surface cover, gravel surface, gravel slope, and map of rugged with the gravel rugged graph, and soil with the gravel soil map, soil graph. Bring this down here to the end. Surface cover placement priority. Add gravel. Okay. What happens if I don't use this? Does it complain that I set this value and then don't use it? Yeah, it does. Nice. All right. So that's gravel. So next thing will be coarse dirt. Now coarse dirt kind of needs to fill in. Coarse dirt needs to overlap with this, so that we're placing it where it gets rugged, where it is rugged, and it's rugged, lower quality, or fairly rugged, lower quality, but overlaps with these. So where will it start as far as ruggedness goes? Gravel starts at 50. I think we can start coarse dirt at 20. Because usually it's quite sharp. It changes very sharply on this. I'll just re-verify that it changes quite sharply. Yeah, it usually stays 0, and as soon as it starts peaking up a little bit, it really starts to shoot up and it stays at a high value. So we could start at like 10%. Or we'll do 20. We'll do 20. 20% starts this. So 20%. Cool. Coarse dirt start. What's 20%? So we take 20, we double it, and we subtract 1. Negative 0.6. Does that reason? Yeah. Actually, wait, no, that doesn't reason. What? Oh, this is 15%. That makes sense. Okay, that's where I got that number from. 0.5 or 0.15 times 2. So when soil quality is 15% or less, we start putting gravel. If ruggedness is 50% or greater and soil is low, yeah, I mean, that makes gravel rarer because it also has to be low soil quality to get gravel in mountains. Okay, I like that. I do like that. Coarse dirt, because we're doing it in priority order, we'll just place coarse dirt at more frequently than gravel, I suppose. Okay. Okay. Coarse dirt start would be 0.6, which is roughly equivalent to 20%. Yeah. When ruggedness gets up to 20%, we'll start putting coarse dirt. But it also needs to be low quality. I don't know. I'm still thinking about podzol. How does podzol get put in? Well, podzol is just really low ground quality. Well, not really low, but low. Okay. I feel like I'm just confusing myself, and I'm getting this like terribly wrong. Funnel graph. Coarse dirt. Rugged graph. So this one starts coarse dirt start 0. We'll also use the rock blend as well here. Maybe we could do like a dirt blend actually. When we blend out of dirt, we have a wider range. Yeah, that seems probably correct. Final float. Close dirt blend. Soil blend. These ones are half the percentage, so if I want like a 5% blend, it'd be a 1, like a 0.1 for 5%. Yeah, we'll do that. 0.1. It's a 5% blend. Okay, we'll actually say 4. We'll say 4. Dirt start plus soil blend 1.0. And then yeah, everything higher, we just go right up to 1. Should be a comma. That doesn't need the extra 0. Okay. Now coarse dirt. Yeah, it's just a rugged thing. It doesn't care about soil quality. I mean, because I also want to put podzol in some places. I'm also kind of realizing that maybe I want to have ground or surface cover more like a mix. So if I'm placing podzol, I want to mix that in with coarse dirt. Right? Right? Would I want to do that? Let me go see if I can spot a taiga somewhere around here. I want to see if we can spot a taiga. Because I can't remember what they look like, and I want to really get into one and look at it. Well, those are two villages really close to each other. Here's meadow. They spawn in mountains. Another village. A meadow village, too. Alright, we got coal. It's a very odd shape on the ground. What are these? Frozen peaks? Snowy slopes? Oh, come on. Is that small? Damn. This whole area is like really warm. Temperature is rising. Let's go this way. Temperature is falling in this direction. peak? This is in the ocean, that's a peak. Temperature is still rising in this direction. Oh, come on. Can I go in a direction where it drops? This way? Okay, we're dropping. We're in the negatives now. I'd love to see it keep dropping. This is a long way to... Oh my gosh, I'm running into one. Okay, great. They do put coarse dirt here. Okay. So yeah, see how they're like blending between, they have like patches of podzol, patches of grass, and patches of coarse dirt. I think I kind of want something similar to that effect. That is a really strange rock formation. I've not seen one like that before. Basically, if the surface starts to match it, I feel like I want to have something that looks more like this, where it's not just like a flat, you know, one-dimensional thing where we just have grass, dirt, dirt. We'd actually have a two-dimensional map where we have some noise. We have some podzol, which looks like this. We have some grass, which looks like this. Some coarse dirt, which looks like this. That kind of thing. But I'm not exactly sure how to replicate that. Interesting. But definitely, what is this? The, taiga? Wait, it's not old growth. Oh, old growth is just like appearing in the middle of it. It's like flipping back and forth. Okay. Yeah, old growth. This one has way too much grass, I think. You don't see grass like this in these conditions realistically. We have low temperature and high humidity. You don't actually see green grass like that. I mean, I guess you would in high humidity, but in low humidity, you would start to see just stuff like this in regular dirt with tufts of like weed and grass growing out of it. That kind of thing. Are there any more old growth around here? I want to find like a proper huge one of that. Why did this flip? It's still really cold and it just changes to forest. Interesting. I guess if humidity is high, then it does taiga. And then when humidity drops, it pops out of taiga. But I'd really like it to continue getting cold here. This is not a very big cold area. Yeah, when the humidity drops, it goes back to forest. Kind of a bit odd. You would think that when humidity gets high, it might go to forest like this. And when the humidity drops, it goes to taiga. Minecraft has it the opposite way, I suppose. Temperature is climbing back up again. That sucks. I was at a local minimum. That looks pretty cool. What is this? This is an incredibly flat area. And then you just have this cave. Like a pirate cove. Is this a cave or... No? It's 3D noise, it's not a cave. Yeah, it just shoots up there. Okay. Can we locate more cold? Ooh, cold this way. Is it getting dry? I'd really like to see temperature drop substantially. What is this? Grove. Yeah, see, this just has dirt on the ground. Perfect. That's what I'm gonna do. We're at negative 1.8, it would still drop in 2. Oh, okay, this way. It's getting very cold here. Is that an exposed dripstone? Wow. Oh yeah. We got the good old fjords, I believe is what they called them when they were designing this. The concept is that you just have a river cutting through a very, very tall terrain. Okay, still getting cold. Yeah, this is taiga again. Humidity came up. No way. Is this the minimum? Does it actually get colder over here? It doesn't. This is nice. This is a really big old growth pine. With lava under the surface. This is quite neat. What is this? River. Interesting. Quite neat. Okay. This is regular. No, this is still old growth. Wow, this is a lot of really big area here. This tree spawned very close. This is spruce over here. That's pine. This is spruce. Interesting. Does the spruce not? No, this is just taiga now. I want to stay in the old growth. Looks like I don't get that. Alright, well, I guess it's here that we stay. Oh, they have mushrooms too. Alright. Yeah, I want to figure out if I can... I'll add this in later, but feel like when I get podzol, I want to mix in some regular grass and some coarse dirt with it. Because I honestly do like how they do the terrain here. How they mix these blocks in. I do like that. So if we want to try and imitate that, if I can. Back to this. Oh man. All right. So coarse dirt. This is just when coarse dirt spawns because of terrain placement. And I will make it in the future so I can add coarse dirt to podzol as a terrain type. Okay. Coarse dirt also relies on ground quality. So it'll stop a little bit higher at like 20, 30. But it also does need to be rugged. And podzol will appear if it's really rugged and high quality, or if it's just low quality. Actually, wait, how do I do that? If it's rugged and high quality? Now I've just kind of confused myself. Well, then I guess we just have a minimum quality for podzol, and then we spawn it up. But then we also make sure that it does have to still be quite rugged. Then we won't get podzol replacing like regular grass or something. Okay. That's also ahead of me, so getting ahead of myself again. Final. Coarse or float. Coarse dirt. Soil stop. Gravel stops at 70%. For every 10%, it's 5. So negative 0.6 would be 20. Yeah. We'll stop it at 25. So that would be every 10 is 5. So that'd be negative 0.5, which should correlate to 25%. Yeah, that reasons correctly to me. Coarse dirt soil graph. Is it -1? Coarse dirt soil stop minus soil blend. 0.0. Coarse dirt soil stop becomes 0. sloped, coarse dirt, slope bias. This one can have a bit lower one, but not quite as low as something like grass. I mean, we'll do like we'll do like 3.5. And then coarse dirt surface. This will be quite a lot of coarse dirt. Same thing, just 3. Actually, yeah, 3. SurfaceCover, coarse dirt surface, coarse dirt slope bias, and then the map. Rugged graph, soil, coarse dirt soil graph. Nice. Coarse dirt. Okay, now for podzol. It's nice about podzol. Huh. That is how you spell podzol. Wait, what? Podzol can be snowy? Huh? Is that different from grass? No, it's the same. Okay. Had to find out. All right. Oops. I minimized it for a second. Okay. Podzol starts it needs a minimum soil quality. Rugged but high quality. So yeah, podzol will be like where the ground quality is low. The soil quality is low, but it's not very rugged. But if it gets rugged, it appears when soil quality is quite high. Specifically when coarse dirt stops, when gravel or coarse dirt stop on soil. So how do these overlap? So this one stops at 70, or 15%. This one stops at 25%. So I guess at 25%, we need to make sure that I need to make sure that these overlap correctly. So podzol is overlapping with both gravel and coarse dirt. As far as ruggedness goes, I guess we can just not include ruggedness. We can just do... Well, we need to include ruggedness because there does need to be some amount of ruggedness. Okay, now I'm getting... Hmm. Hmm. We're coming up on 4 hours here. It's almost like I need to see an actual chart in front of me to know where I need to make sure Podzol appears and where it stops appearing. I guess I can define grass first. Someone will say, okay, well, if we couldn't place any of these, we'll try to place grass. And if we can't place grass, then it goes to Podzol, provided soil quality is still high enough. And then if all of that fails, we end up placing sand and red sand and terracotta. All right. So yeah, we'll do grass next. Grass comes next. Or rather, grass. Okay, temperature and humidity. Same thing. Dirt, high ground quality, not in good climate conditions. Podzol, high quality. Well, we'll mix between grass and Podzol. High quality. It's a good soil quality. Maybe we won't place... Will we place dirt? Just like plain dirt on the ground? I mean, I think so. Like the idea here is that maybe you could stumble across dirt in the middle of a desert. Something like that. You know, you're not just gonna go from sand straight into grass. Like perhaps you stumble across a little oasis and there's dirt. No grass, but dirt. That's the idea there. So I do want to include dirt. I'm just trying to figure out how I order these in such a way so that they take precedent in appropriate conditions. I guess, yeah, I want to do grass because grass is going to be the most restrictive. And then dirt's going to be a little less restrictive. And then Podzol is going to be a lot less restrictive. But then we kind of come back to sand where it's super restrictive. And I guess I need to keep in mind places where they do overlap. I need to say, okay, well, when this overlaps, I want one of these two to take precedent. So we'll go straight into grass. The thing is, I have stone taking precedent all the way up here at 70%. So anything more rugged than 70% plus the blend, so 71%, will always be stone. Absolutely always be stone. So I'll start writing down the rules as we come down here. Actually, this should be rock blend like this, not the other way. Because gravel start is where gravel starts. Rugged is no greater than 70%. So this is the rule that we have here. I'm going to say if rugged is rugged is not greater than 50% if soil is not less than plus rock blend. Well, this will be soil blend. No, yeah, it'll be rock blend. So I want them to be one where it actually starts. Rugged is not greater than 50% if soil is not less than 15%. Or not greater than 15%. Wait, yeah, not. Yeah, so these are the rules now. Now, rugged is not greater than 50% plus soil is not less than 50% if they're both true. So we're still definitely no greater than... Wait, I'm putting this in the wrong spot. I just realized. Down here. Why is this getting mad? Might not have been initialized. Okay. And now we get here. We have these rules still apply. or both rugged is not greater than minus soil blend. Rugged is not greater than 20% and soil this would be plus soil blend. Did I do the stop and start correctly here? Yeah, plus. And then stop is minus, right? Soil is not less than 25%. Rugged is, I'll leave it, yeah, not greater than 70%. Both rugged is not greater than 50% and soil is not less than 50%. Both rugged is not greater than 20%, soil is not less than 25%. So now I'll say something like, why not none of these conditions matched? So rugged could be less than 50% here at this point. But if it is less than, or yeah. Rugged could be less than 50%, and, or rugged could be greater than 50%. If rugged is greater than 50%, then that means soil is greater than 15%. I feel like I'm considering this wrong. Rugged is not greater, so rugged is greater than 50%. I'm trying to imagine this. So if the rugged is not greater than 50% and soil is not less than 50%, rugged is not greater than 20% and soil is not less than 25%. Man, I'm really struggling to visualize that. I think I just gotta stop. I think I just gotta stop here for tonight. I think that's simply it. I gotta stop. I'll dream about these numbers. I'll start seeing the graphs in my head. I'll have a brain blast, and then tomorrow I'll figure it all out. But for now, it's not coming together for me. I think I'm just tired. Simple as that. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there for today. Thank you for everyone who came by and watched. Thank you to the chatters. And I will see you all some other time. Goodbye.